Okay. Right, I need resource display. Hmm. So maybe I'm looking at, this is gonna be slightly different. Because in the tutorial I did, let me move this. So the tutorial had it so that you would drop the resource onto the ground, then pick it up, and then it would add the resource to a horizontal box container containing the label and the like the label and the texture. But I don't want that. I don't need a resource item display because that's supposed to be a placeholder for if you want the item with the label counter next to it. I could do something different though. I'm gonna want a resource item display is in this as well. But it's not gonna be a horizontal box container. Let me just do it in here. So what I would want is container. Sub viewport. Um, Aspect ratio. Container. Well, I'm gonna want a texture. And we'll, for now, fill it with the herb. And we're gonna want to fit width. But I want this to have the label of 0, let's say. So it just is a child. Okay. But it needs to be right bottom. Like that. That was easy enough. And then I just need to change the theme or something. No, I'm trying to make it so that text has an outline. Canvas item? No. No. Node. No. It's the label, I think. It's probably part of the theme. Yeah, because it has font outline. There. Constants. So this is the layout I'm looking for. And then I would want maximum lines of text allowed in each item. It's not what I'm looking for. Select mode, single. Columns. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's have it as like a 5x5 for now. Whether all columns will have the same width. Yes, they will. Fixed column width. Why isn't it, item, a vertical list of selectable items with one or multiple columns? I thought that it would lay them out. So what is this doing? I'm confused. Selectable items. Oh, is it because these are textures that I need to change these to like item? Texture button, perhaps? What happened to the texture? They're still overlapping. I need to figure out how item list works. Okay. Let's try this. Make scene root. Inventory. Try this. I don't really care about, sure, whatever. $55. Sure, I'll follow this for now. Transform. Where did this guy go? Layout? Yeah. Sure, I'll do it for now. New script inventory .gd extends item list. Oh, because he did it here. Oh, and then it is capital I. Inventory. Class name inventory extends item list. I can do that in one line. It's using semicolons. So what is he doing in it? Class name item extends resource. He's using a var ID. It. Let's stick with display name texture. Okay, I see that now. Var next qty, which I'm gonna export. I'll just say colon equals 0, and then I'll do var qty int. Var item array item. Wait, why would I not have that be items? Because it's an array. Plural. If item is null, if not item, right? Because I think in this, oh, item, I'll just do it. Null isn't necessarily 0. Or item dot quantity is less than or equal to 0. That's understandable. Return false. Var could pick up bool. I'll look at the logic for this later. So if the current index of the item doesn't match the item ID, if the IDs don't match, or wait, this doesn't seem very efficient for Godot because this guy says he keeps using the wrong language. Or items I dot quantity is greater than or equal to max quantity. Continue. So we're doing a bunch of checks right now to make sure that we can even. I'll just or it's a 2 lines. Just do that for now. Items I continue. Okay. This is a long song. Okay, what? So I'm trying to add a stackable item to the inventory. So we're doing a bunch of checks to make sure that we can add the item. For I and inventory size. So this is going through each inventory slot. Well, it's doing a range of 0 to 19. That's what it's doing. So first item, is there anything in the slot? No? Then check the next item. Is this the ID of the item that should go into the stack? No. Or is the stack full? Yes, then go to the next slot. So this assumes that I would be fine with multiple slots of the inventory having the same item, having multiple stacks of the same item in the inventory. I guess it's okay for now. Yeah, I guess until I work it out, that should be fine. I was thinking that I would probably limit the stacks of items to 1. You can only have 1 stack of each item, but because this isn't supposed to be like a massive like resource intense game, it's more like you just want a few of them so that you can make the things that you immediately need. I don't want people to stockpile, but maybe that's maybe something I can decide later. So wait, what are we removing from here? Amount to remove is the difference between the max quantity and the current quantity of that item. And then we take assignment not allowed inside an expression. Oh, let me use it. It's probably bad practice. Let me see how this guy uses it. It seems like there's probably an easier way to do this. Oh, because I had equals here twice. This is supposed to be minus. That's why it didn't work. Identifier item not declared in current scope. Items dot append. So when we're ready, we are going to populate this item list. That's what's going on here. With just blank icons and nothing. So when we add item, because this extends item list, so it has built-in add item. Yeah. So why are we continuing here? Why wouldn't we just break it? Because, let's see. This is like, okay, so you pick up like 20 things, but you only have space in 1 slot for 10 of them. So what we're gonna do is like, we're gonna put 10 in 1 slot and then we'll put the rest in the next slot. So we're gonna remove the amount from the stack that you picked up and then continue and look for the next slot. and then add it to the next available slot. Okay. Item dot quantity equals 0. Set item text I CR items. I see what he's saying here. So we successfully did that. So it returns true. Otherwise, it'll return false. Not all code paths return a value. In here? Oh, because I need to do return false. Wait, what? Why don't we... Why do we have could pick up? Could pick up equals true. Because then we return could pick up? Something. Yeah, okay. So now we can go back up here. Which we are going to use. What's his reasoning here? So if there can only be one item in the stack, then there's no point. That's basically what that's saying. So we're looping over inventory size twice? Why? Let me see. It's the first time. If items I not equal null. If there's an item in the slot, then we want to continue until we find an empty slot. This seems pretty inefficient. What is it capital? Item.icon. No, I named that texture. If item dot max quantity is greater than 1, set item text. Is inventory. Oops, I got the colon. Let's see. I'm gonna watch another tutorial after this and compare. Item. So if the mouse button index is 2, item equals get inventory item index. If item no just print no items found. Return. I can definitely clean this code up later, but I want to see how it feels to use this system. You dripped. Items out of print. Although I don't have it set to item.name. I have it set to display name. Item.display name. I think a lot of this is going to be unnecessary, but I think it doesn't hurt to have the functionality of multi-slot stackables. If I need to remove it, it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah. True. It definitely is not ideal. Alright, I kind of was distracted. Let me slow this down a little bit. We're nearing the end. What's he saying here? Right, we're not calling this, so we need to make it connect. And that would be the on inventory item clicked. We need to fill in the variables. Yeah. Connect. You dropped that out of that. Item not declared in current scope. Because it's declared here. So, did I indent incorrectly? Or... Oh, he redeclared it. Why? Why not just, like, declare it here, so I only need to declare it once. On the code. I guess because if it isn't the index, then I wouldn't have to declare this, so in terms of like memory, maybe it would be slightly more efficient if you weren't generating a variable every time you press a button and only on the button presses. Sure, I'll keep it. Mm. Oh yeah, I need like a... I need to put that in the canvas layer. Inventory. Okay, so here's a button that he presses that should generate a sword. Okay, that's not a bad way to test it. I kind of already have, let's see here. Ah, yes, there it is. Let's just like remove the tile map and then just kind of in the way. I guess it does, whatever. I can clean this up later. Anyway. Why is it all the way down there? Weird. I think... because it's in relation to this, which is offset there. I think that's why. Interesting. I'll clean that up later. I'm still working on that as well. So I could mimic the functionality he's doing instead of pressing the button, as I could make it so that when I press grab, it's gonna do copy this functionality. So script add item. Yeah, that's why I'm using this tutorial, and then I'm gonna use a different tutorial and cross-reference them afterwards and see what they've got going on. And then after that, if I need to, I'm gonna go into the documentation and try to clean it up. But it seems like a pretty good starting point so far. At least just to get something functional. I'm just gonna see what he's doing here. So he's This is interesting. Okay. Let me see what he's actually doing with this. So he's just making it so that add new item. When you press, it calls add new item with all of the information you give it. So okay. So the way I have it now, I might just be making myself more confused by trying to deviate from this. But let me just see this through. Right, yeah. Each have their own IDs. Well, you can only have one sword. Keep showing. That button, you press it, it gives you 3. Or saying, yeah, okay. That I can't think about it too long. It kind of hurts my head to think about the way that he's doing. This is just supposed to get something to work with regarding a lot of other stuff, it seems. He has an empty inventory icon. That seems... Maybe it's necessary. Isn't there like... thought there was like something that could just give me like a basic... Yeah, maybe, but I don't know enough about that right now. Okay. Okay, so... Yeah, geez, that kind of hurts my head to think about. Let's... We have a script... Inventory script, so let me just run through this real quick. Maybe that it doesn't need to be exported. Does he have it? Oh, he does export it. Okay. Because it seems like he very specifically has this inventory set up the way he does because it works specifically with this number of slots. So I don't know what the export, how the export would like maintain that, but okay. Changing that stuff remotely. All right, so let me go back through. This stuff generally makes, I don't, the blank icon is weird. I guess, all right, so if you're gonna override the image, instead of just, is it because the image fits to the size of the texture, or is it because, oh, sorry, not the image, the inventory slot fitting to the size of the item? I think it's what it's called. It would be the item slot fitting to the size of the texture. I don't know if that's necessarily how it works. I don't think it would be because he has it manually set here so that the inventory has a... I thought he changed custom minimum size somewhere. Fixed icon size, 50 pixels. Yeah, so if there's no image, if there's no icon, would it fix it to 50 still? Because I was more interested to see, because I was interested in using inventory, what's this? It's type inventory. item list. I was interested in using item list, but I wasn't sure how item list works, which this guy does use item list. Which he uses it by adding, it's this add item here. So if I go to adds an item to the item list with specified text. Default texture is null is fine. I don't need to have a texture. I don't think. I'm curious what happens if I ignore that for now. Because I have a feeling I don't need a null texture. So. Because it just auto fills it with null. I could just go add item, that, and it would work. Item does seem like what I want to use though. In terms of item list. Okay. So I'm going to find all instances of blank icon and remove them. And see if that is fine. There's only 3 instances of that. Inventory 20. We save. It should remove. Doesn't remove that. Huh? Parse error. Too few arguments for set item icon. Oh. Can you remove item icon? Alright, let me get a symbol here. Let's get is set item disabled. What does this do? Alright, let me look at what he's doing here. So we're removing the inventory item. Can we not, would disabling this not be a good idea? Let me think about this. So I'm gonna try to disable it. Well, does that make sense? Set item disabled. True. Well, would it still show up if you disable it? Oh, this is to remove the icon. That's why. Can't I just set it to null? That would be a valid one, right? No. That should be fine then. So if I do that, there, I don't have to deal with that blank icon texture. But I still currently don't have anything that is going to be populating the inventory. Let's see how he's doing this here. So his button on the world here on the same, they're siblings to the item list. Oh yeah, so he has it connected here. It's right. Just making sure. Inventory.add item. Inventory is set up here. So inventory. So that means in my, what's the item? Herb. In this case, it's a herb. I would need a variable here. Inventory. I'm gonna just, all right, this is to do. I just need to remember it. Alright, ID. Heard this song way too many times recently. ID up top makes sense. Max quantity? Oh, okay. This is not where I want this stuff. I don't want this stuff here. Because idea is that I want, so I have the herb here. Is I want this to have different triggers. For items, so this would be item 1, item 2, item 3. And those are all conditional on how they're interacted with. So I would need... There's not going to be any one ID for this. This needs to have a collection of items. Does it need do the items need to be the child of the object? I'm trying to think hierarchically how this makes sense. So I guess it would make sense if these are like different color. So this is just like that, and then you do that. There. Yeah, it would make sense if they were children, because if I have conditionals in here that would produce those different items, then it would make sense if the items were the children, because they're going to be immediately required. Items. I'm thinking. I don't know exactly how this is gonna work in the long. I'm guessing I'd have to instantiate items. Or do I even need? Does it make sense? I'll make this. I probably won't use it. I'll worry about this for when I need it. But it's looking like... What if I just make the item when I need it? Array of item. Well, because yeah, it would be easier if it was known beforehand. So when you're setting up the herb, it would make sense if you say, all right, this is the name, this is the description, this is what happens when you like grab it, this is what happens, these are the different items that it can drop. So yeah, I think that makes sense, is if those are defined on a per object basis. So be named items for now. So what I would need is if object is grabbed, I need to, well, I can worry about removing the herb from the map, but basically whenever you grab it, you're gonna get a leaf, let's say. Like you could maybe get the whole plant, but for the purposes of this, let's say you just get a leaf or like a petal. It'll be a leaf. You pluck a leaf off every time you grab it. Okay, so that would be... I need that item. I need to make an item then. In items. Be a resource, I guess. So I want to create a new resource. Call it... it's gonna inherit item. It's gonna be called, green herb leaf. Huh? I don't know what I may have accidentally hit delete. Display name. I need the ID as an export here. Save. Okay, ID. I can draw texture for that real quick. What do I want the... What is this whole inventory? It's saying it's 50 pixels icon. Oh, this doesn't have transparent background though, right? Can you do... I forget if you can you make transparent background in Paint? Remove background feature. That's... Now... Selection? Oh, there is a feature for that. Okay. I never think about using it because I'm just want to make this really quick, so I figure it's worth. Should have set both of the axes. So this will just be really rough sketch. It'll just be like that fill. And then I need to make it, I'm gonna do like pencil tool, go in like that. I'll just do like, and maybe not the best way to be trying to do an outline, but I could do an outline. Oh, crap, I right clicked. That's really dark. I wonder how it would look if I did like, this is gonna look weird. So maybe it's not a good idea. I think I wanted something more like that. That's good enough. And so then the idea is that I right click, remove background. What the heck did it just do? Huh? How does remove background work? Wouldn't the background be white according to this? This is so weird. I just assumed that it would work. I mean, technically I can go into like PowerPoint and remove the background and that should work. Man, that's so weird. I don't even think I have access to... I don't have PowerPoint, do I? That's what I used to do, is I'm like, how do I remove background? Let me open up PowerPoint and remove background on that. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need a transparent background. I'll just make it gray. It would have been nice, but I can just do that a different thing, different time. Oh yeah, I'm not showing it. There, that's what I did. I may have forgotten to show it on the correct monitor. That is my bad. Yeah, the transparency tool was not working. products, art, UA prototype, ingredients, characters, inventory. This is what? Green plant, green herb leaf. And then if I go into art, I can grab the green herb leaf even though it doesn't have it. It's fine. It's fine. Item green herb leaf. Drag it in there. Display name green herb leaf. Max quantity we'll say is like 20 right now. I guess export. Sure. Quantity is like, let's say 3, 2. Okay, so now we have an item. And we are going to add that to the array of items. That was the image. Boom. Has an ID of 0. Probably not a good idea. It's fine. So now that we have that, we can is this a dictionary? It should be a dictionary, shouldn't it? Because if you say no, it doesn't need. We'll worry about that when we need to. But it doesn't need to be a dictionary, I don't think. Yeah, all right. It does make sense, kind of. No, I know. I think so this is fine. I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, all right. So if the herb has these items in the object, then that means if we want to interact with it, what we can do is reduce the number of items in that object by a certain amount without destroying the object necessarily if you can interact with it multiple times in multiple different ways and get multiple ingredients. So, or like items. So it would be fine if you kept track of all of that. That's like specific to the herb. I think that's fine. So what I could say is Yes, we have this green herb. Quantity is 3. Max quantity, if hypothetically I wanted to add, make it so that you could regenerate the number of leaves on a herb or something. That's not something I have to worry about now, but let's say, yeah, there are 3 herbs. Every time you interact with it, you get 1 herb, and then after 3, it has nothing in. Quantity is 0, so it would remove that, and if the size of the number of items in it is 0, then it would remove that. I think that's the current goal. Remove. Okay. Decrease count of item in object. Remove object from map if no items left in object. Could also make it so that the object isn't necessarily removed and it would regenerate, but I can do that later. For now, I'll just remove it to show that it works, I guess. So add object to player inventory is step 1 here. Add object to player inventory. If I can add this stuff later. I can make a note about it really quick though. No, that's fine. I don't know how I would phrase that necessarily. It's basically when you go to grab it, maybe you get like some effect, but that's something I can deal with later. On interact area object grabbed. Specifically for this object, I think that's why I need a dictionary though, because I want to find a specific item. I could have a dictionary of like tuples where it would say like dictionary item count, like that. I think that's legal. Tuple? Is tuple in a dictionary of arrays? Nested type collections are not supported. Okay. That's fair. So well, the item has a count. That's what the point of it is. The item has a count. And an ID. So I'm looking for an ID. So what yeah, okay, all right, I'm remembering now. I do want an array because what I want to do is I want to find the ID. I'll just write out the pseudocode or code, and then if there's a better way to do it, I can do with it later. So add herb leaf to player inventory. We know that herb leaf has ID 0. So what I want to do is I want to say, let's just say var ID equals 0. Const ID equals 0. I could say grab effect because I have grab effect here. I could also export grab items and make it so that that can be set at a macro level. So I could say, okay. So these are the items that you can grab. And so what that means is here, and then you grab one. Changes it for both of them. This resource thing is... How does he do it in here? Because he has like grab 5 arrows, grab 3 arrows. Where's he setting that? It's because they're separate. They're separate resources or scripts. So what that means is there would be a different resource for that represents the items that the herb object has and the item because they're gonna have the same ID, so it's gonna stack, right? Because they have the same ID, yeah. Let's just do that for now then. So this is gonna be green herb leaf count leaf would I need a full resource for that though then? Would just be a list of IDs and quantities, right? That would simplify it. I think. Let me try it. I'm spacing on how to declare a dictionary. Because none of these guys use dictionaries. Let me just get a dictionary, just so I can... Actually, I can just look it up in here. Because I'm just spacing. These guys have been using dictionaries. Alright, so... I can just go like this. I'm overcomplicating this, I think. So what do I want from items? I need the ID, and I need the count. Those are the only two things I need from each of the items. There's no max count or icon or anything. But I do need... I think I still need the item though. Because when I'm like, okay, here... Let's do the redundant one. The redundant way to do this. I'm gonna go back to array item. And so the redundant way to do this, but it probably would be fine, is if I just make a copy. Let's just duplicate this. And an herb, green herb leaf, grab. Sure, and now there's a different item. Grab item, green herb leaf. You grab it, you grab one. It's fine. Down here, add an element. Also, this is that. Set that to 1. Here, green herb leaf. that is set to 3. So there are 3 green herb leaves, and when you grab 1. They have the same ID of 0. There's definitely some stuff I can do to clean this up. That's fine though. If it works for now. Declaring a constant in here is probably unnecessary. Actually, I'm not going to do that. That's probably bad. Okay, herb leaf has ID 0, so I can make this 1 line. What we want to do is interact area object grabbed. We need a function to add the herb to the inventory. Which we have our inventory object set. No, we don't. We need an inventory object stored by button, right? Yes. Okay, yeah. So object name, object description, and then we'll have the inventory. Inventory. Cool. So then we save. There's now this inventory. It's not defined in this scope, but that's fine. I can define it in this scope. No, I cannot define it in the scope. I cannot it's not in scope. Really? This doesn't work if I can't assign an inventory. But that doesn't even count. Huh? Oh, inventory. I spelt it wrong. That would explain it. Inventory. Wait. That was only that name. Inventory. That's not spelled wrong, no. Type inventory. What? Just for ordering's sake, I have items above. I could maybe break this down into folders and say object items and grab items. So it's not confusing. Sure, I have the idea. I'll do it for now. It's just interesting. So if I go to the world, green herb, sign. It's not even. That's context menu. Inventory. Straight up not allowed. But it's subtype inventory. Why wouldn't I be able to assign it? Oh, equals. I guess I said equals. That's why. I think. I'm assuming. Boom. Syntax error. Getting my butt kicked by syntax right now. Okay, we now have a linked inventory with, oh, what the heck happened here? Just reset that. Okay. It has 3 items of type herb leaf, and when grab items is 1 herb leaf, same ID. This has a status effect. What's the name? Can't even read it. It just says it's called status effect. It doesn't matter. I'm not doing status effect right now anyway. So I also want to reorder these. So you have item and then grab item right next to each other, and then grab effect. Cool. Looks good. Looks good. Cool. Now, our ID equals 0. The words. Yeah, the whole continue thing. I'm trying to remember the Godot tutorial on Godot search for element in array. I'm spacing on it because this guy's got me doing weird stuff. Well, I don't have... Yeah, that's why a dictionary would be good, is because I could just say ID. I know the ID is 0. How do I declare that? I'm trying to remember how to declare. Godot declare dictionary with types. I'm just forgetting some of the simple stuff right now. Not yet. I'm assuming this doesn't work. I don't remember how to do this. I haven't done it in a minute. How do I, all right. Godot typecast dictionary. Can dictionaries be typified? I'm just gonna go like this. Items does that. Dictionary size 0. New key. I need an int 0. New value. How does this work, dude? It's none of these. It's a, guess it's a resource. Object? Key 0 value that. What happened here? What am I doing right now? Remove item. Okay. The size is not 0. Oh, there, I see. You enter the key and the value, and then you hit add key value pair, and then it shows up. So now it's size 1. That makes sense. That is not the easiest. Just got sense. Okay, so I'm on Godot 4.3. So, because for some reason when I try Godot 4.4, it doesn't launch. So, okay, cool. If you have key ID pair I don't know, value. Thinking key pair. Key value would be the item. Well, the item has the item ID. That's the, like, redundant part of this. I want to use a dictionary to be able to look up and say, alright. Although, I keep forgetting that I want to decrease. No, it doesn't make sense as a dictionary. It's also an array of items because it needs to be able to remove elements from the array and stuff like that. That I'm just gonna have to go item in items. If item dot ID equals ID, I'm gonna have to do if not, then continue. And then I do this. So we have a matching ID. What we want to do is yeah, that's right. I was gonna automate this part too. Is I need to set item for item ID. ID equals, oh, we're gonna have to do a for loop for this as well. For each item in grab items. I'll bump all these. I need ID equals to item.id. For item in items. This needs to be grab item. For item in items, item.id is not equal if item is not equal ID. Continue. I'm gonna need No, it doesn't matter. If you grab something and it's not there, we're just gonna ignore it for now. Actually, it wouldn't hurt at the end of this to say like, you got like print you got plus let's just do a 4 grabbed item in grabbed items. And it's a little out of order, but we're gonna make a variable, call it grabbed items, which is going to be an array of items. No, it needs to be an array of names. We do nested array of. Is this a Baldur's Gate? No. Valheim. Okay. An array of. I need a pair of item name string. I was doing insert, that's why. I was like, what is happening? And count. So that's going to be in string name and int. I'll just make them separate. Grabbed item names and then grabbed item count equals array of int. Do the resources have object names? Display name, green herb leaf. Yeah, so that's gonna be var id grab item dot id var item and items. If item ID is not equal to ID, continue. So now we have found an item that matches the ID of the items that we're grabbing. So that means we need to grab the item. We need to increment the items in the inventory by the amount simultaneously decrementing. So we need to check to see how much we can take away. This is the first thing to do. Want to do the minimum of item dot count or quantity and grab item dot quantity. So we want to grab the minimum of those, and we'll say, and we want to store this in a variable called grab amount so the amount that we're grabbing I guess we can be consistent here. Grab quantity is equal to the minimum of the amount that we have in the object and the amount that we're trying to grab. So if we want to grab 3 and there's only 1, this will be 1. If we want to grab 3 and there's 5, this will be 3. Which means now we want to populate the inventory. Yes, next we want to populate the inventory, which should use add inventory item. So what he does at the end here, add new item. Oh, that's what he has here. Add inventory item. Okay, yeah. part of inventory. And then this is going to be item. Oh, I need to keep track of which one of these it's using, don't I? This is weird. It's definitely a more fluent way to do this, but because if I do add inventory item, it's gonna get the item quantity. So instead, what I want to do grabbed item is gonna be if min the quantity that, then grabbed item equals, oh crap, that's not how you do this. I need to do less than greater than. By default, I would say less than. So there's this 3 situations here. So if we have fewer items in the object than the items we're trying to grab, then we're gonna grab the item from the object. No? No, I want to grab. Yeah. I think that's right. I can always fix this if it's wrong. Grabbed item equals item. And then I would want else grabbed item equals grab item. This is weird terminology. I'm sure it could be a little better, but okay, cool. So grabbed item. We need to put the grabbed item into the inventory. This is so weird. That should work though. So cool, we did that. Now we need to do some cleanup. We need to, well, maybe we only want to add it after we do all of the stuff down here. So let's say if item quantity is less than grab item dot quantity, I'm gonna set this to less than or equal to because I'm gonna do some more stuff in here. Then we want grab the item to equal the item, and then we want to or item in items. I need to keep track of the index. I want to remove the item from here because it's gonna be empty. It's because yeah, remove at. It's all based on index. Hmm. Can we free item? Well, would that remove it? No, because then not. All right, I'm gonna stick with my gut here. Count. Oh, for iron count. I don't need range. Right? Oh. Length. I think I'm looking for length or something. Items dot length. No? What is it? Trying to remember C++ here. That should work, I think. I'll just double check. Turns the length of the given variable. Length of A would return 4. Okay, yeah. Yeah. We're good. For I in length 4, items. Item equals items I. We're gonna need that for later. Because down here, grabbed item equals item. And now we want to take items dot remove at I. Remove at I. Okay. I think that's all we need to do for that. And for this one, we want to do items dot item dot quantity minus equals or grab item dot quantity. Well, technically, I could do this here and then say if item dot quantity is less than or equal to 0, but here's the problem. I can't do that. I could do the math. Let me think about this. Because I need to, yeah. Oh, let's not do that. Because I forgot I need to set the amount properly. I could do it, and then I would just have to, for grabbed item, I would need to have like another if statement and be like, not an if statement. It just makes, I feel like it's easier with the way that this is set up to do it this way. Is it gonna work though? Because I'm gonna remove. I can't remove it after. I'd have to have a. Well, yeah. I feel like if I remove this from the list, although it's stored in here, so it should still exist. I don't think. I'm trying to remember if it's a copy or not, or if it's a reference. But if it doesn't work, then I know how I can fix it. So I'm not gonna worry about that too much, I guess. Inventory to add inventory item, grabbed item. Okay, holy crap. I just freaking my eyes cannot focus. I just realized I've been going at this for 2 hours straight. Oh, I need to take a step back. Ugh. All right, stretching. Oh, all right. I mean, I think for the most part, I'm probably done with using the same stuff. I still need to check the other tutorial and compare them. This is interesting, though. Grabbed item names, grabbed item counts. Oh, I haven't updated this at all. So I need to do that. Then here, I'm gonna print that for now, and then I can add a UI element later to show to the player how much they picked up. But for now, this will be good to know. Do I just run it? What do we have? Maybe I'll have access to property. Oh, right, because I was doing something here. Yeah, that was just me doing something, but not completely. Green herb. Inspect. Cool. Looks pretty normal. Grab. I don't know what happens. We have var ID equals grab item.id. ID is null? Remote. Zoom in. Green herb. Grab items. Zero. That's not null. It says craft item. Yeah, so that's our zero. Oh, ID is null. Yeah, it should be null. Did I rename? Should I not have named it ID? Is that the problem? I need to name it something else, because where else is ID used? Okay. What is it saying? This is saying oh, well, right, real quick, I'm gonna say if not grab items, then print no items to grab. Just say that right out the gate. Type resource item? Oh, key ID. So that maybe that's not the name of the variable. That's probably what it's saying. So I need to go to item because it's ID, capital ID. That's why. And I had it right down here, but not up here. So continue. Grab. Oh yeah, I need to restart this. Over here. Grab it. I'm gonna make a breakpoint here. And here. Grab it. No grabbed items. Continue. Grab. Doesn't even run that for loop. All right, refresh. Here. Grab. Breakpoint. Here. Green herb. Then grab item ID. Items has a length of 0. Is that just a thing I did to myself? Yeah. Apparently. Didn't populate properly. Save. Okay. Grab. There. Size 1. Here. Item ID is 0. ID is 0. Should match. Continue. Okay. Error. Invalid access. Object name in item. It's display name. Is it display name? Should I change this to display name? Eh. Grab. We're going. Alright, so I have an improvement here. Is I need to close the panel. It's the don't I have a function? Func close context menu. And then close context menu. And then we're going to call that in here. Yeah, that is oh man. Alright. And then we're gonna do only if the item is gone, or every single time. Uh, Hello. So I want to do interact area. Close context. Wait, what? Alright. Close context menu. So now, over here, inspect, grab. You got one green herb leaf. I don't have a visible inventory though. Is the only problem. And the problem is that it's gonna overlay the whole thing here. Open inventory on button press. So why don't we go to project settings? UI. Open. No, okay. Just make a new action and call it open inventory. The key will be E, and then we'll swap this to F. We'll worry about the joypad mapping later. Let's see. So we want to set the visibility to false. I should set it to toggle inventory. Toggle inventory. Then I need to button, no, event. What is it? Input event dot connect. How does this work? Without looking it up. I'll just look at the other thing. So this has like, oh yeah, isn't it set like up here? Kind of. So like player. Where's at ready? Where's the ready? On ready? There's no on ready for player? Oh, direction input dot get vector. Okay. Input dot get. So that's gonna be no. Trying to remember what to do. So I want to connect the button press to a function call, correct? So I need to make a function call. Open inventory. Like right here. Toggle inventory. Void. We're going to take inventory, or just set visibility equals, or visible equals not visible. Yeah. It's a very simple way to do that. Surely there are no issues that could happen. No. Whatever. All I care about is that it works. For now. But now input event action dot connect. Let me just I'm not, it's not off the top of my head here. So input action Godot. Oh, I already had Godot in there. Link to connect to function. Connect. No. I guess I wouldn't need to connect it. I would just run. No, I would connect. Yeah, I would want to connect it if I were to do it. Why am I'm like spacing out. Godot input action connect to function call. Key press. Input dot is action just pressed. Okay. So I need a... This isn't on ready though, is it? Does that even work? Where would I put that in here? Because that's part of a physics process, isn't it? So would I want my inventory to be... to have a physics process? I guess I could do that for now, right? Toggle inventory. Then I want to toggle inventory. I guess if they're just warnings, I don't need to... Okay. So if I press E, works. Oh, I need to make it so that on the first time it displays correctly. Oh ho! I see now. It does matter. It does matter. Okay, okay. For now, I can ignore the fact that it does that, right? I thought it was saying the minimum image size would be 50, so even if it was null, it would scale it, but apparently not. Oh, I didn't do the thing. Because I didn't set it up properly. I want to make it so that if, if, um, object if not items, then print no items left in objects. And then I want to free it, right? Queue free. You got 0 green herb leaf. That's alright. Let's do it again. If that's fine. Some weird desync going on. I'll have to deal with it at some point. Oh, it's F12 to continue? Okay. F12. Okay. Grabbed item count is... Oh. Needs to return. Or break. Or continue. It needs to continue. But also never does this. So what is item quantity? One. Also no. So it's not a continue. Or item dot qty. If the quantity is 0, I guess I could say less than or equal to 0. It should never happen, but item quantity is less than or equal to grab quantity. Let me look at this comparison next time. I don't know how this got misaligned. Item quantity. One. And let's grab uh let's grab item quantity. Here. 1. Here. It says here 0. 0 green, I believe. But there were 3. How am I only able to grab it twice and then the third time it shows 0? I'm not getting it. So right now, 0. Some simple logic somewhere. Let me figure this out. Let's look at the remote a little closer. So we have green herb, items. Three. And then grab items. 1. So then we grab. Yep. 2. Grab. Item. 1. Grab. Item. 1. Does this have to do with the way that I instanced, or like, did I like, I can't remember if this is by reference or by value, the way that it stored this. I don't know if that'd be screwing with this. I'm creating a variable here equal to this, and if this is by reference, then, which I think it is, yeah, because if I'm setting it here, which is, it says it's a local member variable. Items. Yeah, this is the member variable. So this would be part of greener here. Not just the local variable that I made down here. But they're both the same, maybe? Okay, so that's not the problem. So it says 0. It hits this if statement. It doesn't even do the else? Do one more time. And also here, greener. Items. Says there's one still here. So it didn't take anything, despite there being one. I never decrement the counter. Well, it shouldn't matter though, because it's getting removed. Do I free it? What if I free it? Can I free this? Is this even a thing I can do? When I free it? Deletes the object from memory. Is that fine then? We'll try it. Grab. 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 0? Wait. Oh yeah, that's right. The conditional doesn't even get to this. The spacing's right. Wait, it shows that there's 0? But if I go in here, there's 1. Why is simple logic just destroying me right now? Okay, if item, the quantity is less than or equal to grab item dot quantity, which it should be now. The item has 1 of the item. The object has 1 item of this type. So why is this showing 0? How does he remove the item? I think that's just like remove item. It's just a thing. You remove inventory item. It says 0 greener, I believe. Why is this math not making any sense? One. I could make a built-in maybe down the road. I just realized I could make it so that there's what's the word for it? You cast the operator or whatever. And make it so that if I were to just subtract item, if you subtract an item from another item and they're the same ID, then it would just take from the quantity. I could do that at some point. That is so not necessary right now, though. Okay. Grab again. Grabbed item. Item. Right there. This has 2. That has 1. I'll just do that. That should not happen, but at least not yet. Okay. Item 1. Grabbed item 0. That's what's happening. Grabbed item is getting decremented. Why? Where? Where is that happening? Because it stays at 1. And then after I interact with it twice, it just decides to go down by 1? Okay, well that's, so item, all right. Where's grab item? Here, object. Size, quantity 0. So it's not the item that's going down faster, it's the grab item that's going down when it's not supposed to? Can you make a constant export? I might get yelled at. Okay, yeah, no. Where is this changing, dude? This is never modified. It's never modified. But it's 0. What? That means it's modified, though. It has something to do with the add inventory item. Sets war item quantity equals false, less than or equals 0. Item quantity less than or equals 0. Does this twice. It makes sense to use I here because it's setting item icon at the index. Might be add stackable item. This could be anywhere in here. Could be so when you first add the stackable item, it works properly, but then if it tries again, it does something weird to the item. Oh, here. It does. It decrements. Oh, so this is minus equals. Okay. Yeah. So it does remove from the item that you give it. Means this is doing more than it needs to, or this is doing more than it needs to. With the perspective that, so adding an inventory item decrements the item that you give it. Count of that. Does it really? Yeah, because I have to change this. It's gonna be a little more complicated than that though, because this is trying to do a full-on. Break it down. So I should do breakpoint here. Item.quantity equals 0. That's the problem. So what I should be doing is I'll make a temporary variable instead. Like, why is this necessary? Item quantity is 0. Is that used down here at all? I guess it would be used here. Right? So, because you would set the item quantity to 0. So this slot for the item is given the quantity of 0, right? So I don't see why you need to do this. So this will get me into some trouble, potentially. So I think just using a temporary variable. var amount to remove. Let's set it right up here. Var item count equals item dot quantity. So then what we're gonna want to do is change this. Doop, doop, item count. Maybe, perhaps. Sure. Grab. Says it has one left. I only grabbed it once. Oh yeah, because there's, yeah, that makes sense. Grab. Grab. It's gone. But because I did that, now this is not working in a different way. So why is setting the item count to 0 necessary? There's something I'm missing here. I see. This is that if statement I got rid of, saying if the item quantity is less than or equal to 0, return true. The problem is that This is I think I know what I can do here, which is probably something I shouldn't do. I'm gonna do it for now though. Var item count equals item dot quantity, but instead of doing that here, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do that, and then up here we'll do the if statement. Let's do that, and then you know what? You know what we do? We set item quantity back to what it was supposed to be, and then we return true. That doesn't sound, it really doesn't seem right. It's like such a hack job. This, I feel like I just violated this code. I got one. I got one. I got one. No items left in object. So close. I got one green herb leaf, but it didn't get added to the inventory. Okay. So, what's the deal with that? We have the quantity of the grabbed item at 1. And then when we add it to the inventory, it just doesn't get added to the inventory. Actually, the easiest way to check the return value would be to go to where I call it. And just print it out. True. Why is the count 2? So it didn't find it null or that. It says item quantity less than or equals 0. Item quantity is that. Could pick up. What is the value of could pick up? It says on. I believe that means true. And familiar. So it thinks it's working, but it's not. Add stackable item. It's something in here. This also returns true. So okay, let's set a few breakpoints here, see if that can help. Wouldn't that be false then? Oh, returns true. 1. Did that just go to 0? Wait, what's item? What? Item is 1. Items that quantity is 1. Two. Alright, so play, grab, 1, grab, plus equals. It's the same math, so it shouldn't change the outcome, but 1. So it's item.quantity then. 1. Zero. And then grab. 1. 1. 2. It goes 1, then 0, then 2. Impressive. This is all about the text. So set item text items I dot quantity. Let me try this again and see if I can focus on what is actually going on here. So right now, we have item, which is a local variable, quantity 1. We have the member variable items. Quantity 1. Therefore, zero. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna make variables so that I can see how the math works. This will be in quantity These are just ints. They shouldn't be references, right? I just have a hard time keeping track of that. I don't think it's gonna be a reference. Grab. Grab. Add to the stack. 1, 1. Item quantity. Oh my god. Inventory quantity. Inventory quantities 2. By the same logic, 1 plus 1 equals 2, correct? Oh god. Okay. Can get rid of this now. Before I get rid of it. Okay. All right. So 2. It is 2. Now now what is it? Zero. It just becomes 0 after item.quantity is set. Really? Let's try this again. Yeah. It just becomes 0 after item.quantity is set. So what is that telling me? What the heck is item.quantity? It's here. Why? The quantities are tied to each other? Oh no, they are, aren't they? Because they have the same ID. Is that why? Is that how that works? Really? That doesn't seem right. Is items I equal to item? Is that what's going on here? Items at index I, is that equal to item? I guess it is. But so it's referenced the same, it's the same reference? And how is his working? That does work. That does work. I think it's because of this whole third dimension to it that I'm adding. But that doesn't make sense. His inventory items. No, these are not the same. But they are being referenced the same. Ugh. I need to just logically think about this, I guess. So, I mean, that's what I have to do, but what's the angle here? So we want to, we grab the object. I need to comment some of this. I guess I could do that. Um, our item equals items I. Oh, it is. It is. I said it here. When I change item, it changes items I because item is a reference to that. I don't want to get it by reference, I want to get it by value. So that means I want to do Alright, I see now. Equals new item. Item dot new? Or is do I have to like that works? Then item dot We have to get all the other stuff for that now. So it's going to be grabbed item dot ID equals item dot ID. Actually, don't I have ID? Grabbed item dot display name equals item dot display name. Grabbed item dot texture equals item dot texture dot max. Item dot max quantity. Anything else? ID, display name, texture, max quantity. That's everything. Want to basically initialize the rest of the grabbed item. That should fix it. Come on. Two. Three. Yeah. Yeah, I just needed to instantiate it because it was freaking by reference. Does that mean it works? I should go back through and comment this. Pretty self-explanatory. For I in inventory size, populate inventory with Empty items. To do. Say use blank icon or a different layout display method. For now, it's not a huge deal. Toggles whether the inventory is displayed or not. And you still need to go through this tutorial. This guy's using a node for the inventory. This is gonna populate the what is this? I did this, didn't I? This doesn't matter anymore. Not a fan of the look of the inventory, so I'll have to figure out. I was trying to see if inventory, the item box had some built-in, or item container, had some more customization on how that can look. Maybe it does, but I'll have to look into it at some point. Also, I need to change how it's anchored. Center. Says this guy doesn't work very well for. So 50 is kind of big, I feel. Need to figure out blocking inputs when certain things are active and stuff at some point. This guy is like kind of hard coding the crap out of this, so not a huge fan, but it seems pretty decent. I was trying to use item box, item container, item list. I was trying to use item list, and it seems like item list works decent. Wow. So I need to get rid of the remove one functionality. This is gonna complain that remove inventory is never called. Declared but not used. So it works. I mean, not bad. Why the heck is it over here? Huh. I guess it's the center of the primary screen is right here, which is why it shows up like that. That's the problem, right? Though, is that it's not the camera. I think I know what's going on here. So it's gonna go for the center of the primary screen, which it does when it's first initialized. After it is initialized, the camera location is changed, but this is never updated. So really what I need to do is not, it needs to reinitialize when the button's pressed. I don't know how to do that necessarily. Like that. Didn't change it. Is there any way for me to, like... Hmm? Why is it emitting? Why is there an arrow here? Nothing's happening. Why is it doing that? Because I set the inspection panel visibility to false on when this is ready. This doesn't seem... Do I just say, hey, it's a bug, deal with it, figure it out later? I think so. Although, yeah, my figure it out later is going to be to make it so that there aren't, like, I'm generating, it is to make it so that I'm generating an inspection panel upon button being pressed instead of having an inspection panel under every single context menu. Is generating a context menu for every interact area. That's what I'm gonna be doing in the long run, is so that I don't have an interact area for every single freaking interactable. Maybe that's the next thing I do. Because what else am I looking at for my core gameplay loop? Oh, that's right. A lot. I have the ability to grab the things, add them to my inventory. Now I need to add them. What's the word? I need to actually craft with them, like, to actually be able to, like, use them. So I guess the next thing to do is to create an interaction menu for items in my inventory. It's a pretty good goal, I think. Pretty reasonable. Alright, cool. I'm going to call it there then. I didn't fully comment the code. This is gonna have to be broken down into smaller functions because I'm gonna need to reuse this for when you're interacting with certain objects to an extent. So I'll worry about that when I get to that point. Any more comments I want to add? Eh. Adds item to inventory. So to blank icon or use a different display method. I'm gonna have to start doing the thing soon in my code where I'm gonna break stuff down into more classes and abstract it down. I'm hitting that point. All right. I'm gonna exercise and eat and stuff, so that's gonna do it for me. I think it was relatively productive. I don't even know if I'm gonna even end up using half of this stuff. I probably am. It's just kind of all jumbled around in my head right now. I'm gonna need a little bit of time to think on it. Because it's looking a little funky. But yeah, visuals is stuff I can deal with later. If I have the function, then it shouldn't be too hard to change the visuals. Alright. Have a good one.